Hello again, viewers, and greetings, fellow space travelers. This is Thorn of Night, and welcome to Thursday, the 22nd of February, 2024. Hello, Cuddles in chat. Hello, Hoff in chat. Hello, Emma, and maybe... No, that's old chat. Why is my old chat on? That's bizarre. When you show up, hi Loki, win/F. Anyway, I am going to be working on the Menger Sponge again today on the Wild SMP on Performium, which you too can join at mc.performium.net. It is the Wild SMP is 1.19.4, but you can play any of their servers on Performium Network from, I think, all the way back to 1.8.1 and all the way up to the most recent version. Doesn't matter what version you're playing, you can play on all their servers. It's best to play the version that the particular server is, but it's not required. That said, there are some things in newer versions that you won't be able to see with older version clients, so keep that in mind. Anyway, let's see here. Busy work. I do have to do this. Let's bring that up. That. Okay, cool. Now, before I get too far ahead of myself, I would like to say thank you to Elmaze11's Ogma Infinium, Sean, Little Cuddles, and XBlaze Ninja Zero for all the support that you guys have provided over the months and years with the Patreon support. It helps go a long way to making it so that I can have these things available for you guys to watch and to do and all that kind of stuff. So absolutely, thank you from the bottom of my heart. If you too would like to help support my channel, I have several different ways of doing it. I have Patreon, which you can do down in the description, link for that. Also down there is a link for Streamlabs. You can do a little donation to Streamlabs, and it can be just a little one-time thing. And if you do, you'll get a little thing like, is it going to show up? It's not showing up. Testing widgets. Not showing up. That's unfortunate. Why aren't you showing up? Well, anyway. Oh, that's because of that update. Never mind. I'm technology, man. Anyway. Also, down in the description, I have a link to my YouTube membership where you can become a member of the channel over on YouTube. And you can also do what are they, super chats or super thanks or whatever they're called, which are similar to Patreon and Streamlabs respectively. But anyway, that's that. Let's get over to Minecraft. Oh, wait, before I do, there are some dad jokes. First one says, I invented a new word. Plagiarism. Next is, I knew a guy who collected candy canes. They were all in mint condition. Mountains aren't just funny. They're hill areas. Does your face hurt? Well, it's killing me. And let's see here. That looks like all of it. Okay. That's that. That's good. That's that. And there we go. Minimize. Copy this. Bring this up. Go over to Minecraft. And register the Minecraft. What you doing, buddy? Okay. behaving slow since that weird update. Anyway, let's do multiplayer. Let's come over to Performium. 283 people on all of Performium right now. Yes, what is going on, Hoff? I see your chat. Probably you should chew your food better before you swallow it. Be glad you don't eat marbles. Let's see here. I will first go to Candy to do my announcement over there. I will flutter over to this. I will bring up the chat. I will paste once. I will hit enter. And wild. Who said you don't? Well, that would be the blueberry in question. I am currently muted and unable to speak in chat. No, I'm not. Let's see here. P time at noon. P weather clear. Oh, let's go like this and paste. There we go. A wild meow stick has appeared in Twitch chat. Ah, yes, I am streaming on both YouTube and Twitch, so if you would not mind following or subscribing on both, that would be delightful. TPS. It would have been faster if they had requested that I send the request to them. Hi, Puffy. I'm off to build. All right. Get my feet right above that block. Awesome. And there we go. So, oh, a development. I have heard back from the results of my doctor visit, and nothing terribly huge. They said my potassium was a little low, which is weird because I have potassium in my vitamins, in my breakfast drink, and also I eat one banana every day. So that means that I'm going to have to go get some additional potassium, but that's all right. And the other thing is they said I had a little high cholesterol, but not alarmingly high. So when I said that I had lots of tea and other caffeinated drinks that I've been holding off on consuming, they said that there was no reason why I couldn't consume them. So in celebration, hopefully you'll be able to hear this. I'll bring the mic right up close. Ah, root beer flavored balls. I have been holding on to this for, I think, a couple months now, waiting to find out what's been going on, and yum, yum, yum. Uh-oh, RGA is live. Wait. He's doing a Thursday stream? On here? What? That's unexpected. And either unfortunate or fortunate. I can't really watch that stream and do my thing. Oops. So I won't be able to snipe a raid if he is going to do one, but... Oh, I guess I should... Yeah, I did that one. But maybe there's a chance. It's GTA? Oh. Then why does it post in here? That's bizarre. I guess that's owner's prerogative. No one else gets to announce their non-Performium stuff on Performium. Just him. Okay, got it. You're still here? Where are you? You're right there. You are a llama killer. The sun is back from vacation, huh? Or are you saying Sun Kokyu is back from vacation? Sun Kokyu being a player on here. They are all on cooldown. Sorry. Whoo! Oh. She must be dealing with someone who's trying to message her privately to beg for kits. Let's see here. What are all these little icons? Is that looks like a cat or something like a cat in a tunic? We have Pop Cat or Pop Corgi or whatever. A cube with a star. Okay, that head bob. I think that's Kirby, a dinosaur, a goat, and heads of people I don't know. You have all manner of icons and things. at your disposal. So, do those just come from you being in other Twitches, or is that are there just innumerable emotes that you can pick from? Those are default emojis. Okay. So RGA is doing a stream. Oh, okay. Well then. You're very angry at everything. Why are you very angry at everything? Oh, I get it. You're angry because you want to watch all the people that you are following because so many of the people you're following are live or something like that. This layer is the most frustrating layer for me. It's all start and stop. So yesterday, I managed to make myself, I think, 16 extra shulkers of chiseled deep slate, so I should not have to worry about running out today. If I do, then something unfathomable has happened. You follow over 500 Twitch channels and over 2,000 YouTube channels. Wow. I guess your recommendations feed looks just all haywire. What do they want to watch next? I don't know. Cat videos? A moose? I saw someone post something about the ads that pop up on when you're watching stuff on YouTube on old shows. Like you can go watch some 90s era shows and stuff like that on YouTube, just the movies or episodes or whatever. And someone was remarking that it's fine that there are ads, fine, whatever, but could they at least put the ads that were aired during the show, please? And that sounds like a great idea. I would love to be interrupted watching He-Man to see one of those old Light Bright commercials or something. That would be great. That would be nostalgia there. Oops. A wild bunnelbee. I'm gonna guess that that is at least rabbit-like. Did I watch the newer Netflix He-Man? No, I have not. I have not watched. Uh, uh, if it has been on any of the streaming services, I have probably not watched it. I was lucky enough to briefly be able to watch some of Stranger Things, the first 2 seasons of that, because someone was letting me watch it. I was able to watch Letterkenny, which I love that show. And I was able to watch the first few seasons of The Orville, and what is the name of that Star Trek series where they use this sort of a spore drive? Name is not escaping me. Or name is escaping me, not coming to mind. I don't remember the name of that particular series. It was before Picard. Yeah. Genesis? Maybe Genesis. There you are. Murderer. You. Yourself. You. Llama killer. Boop, boop, boop. But beyond that, I don't really have any real Netflix or Hulu or anything like that under my belt. Sadly, that is out of my price bracket. I have to worry about whether or not I can expand my food palette before I can subscribe to things like that. This is going to be a very quick layer. So the Bunnelby is rabbit-like? Is bunny, okay. Bunny is one of those words that you can almost write it upside down using normal characters. Because if you turn a Y upside down, not this curvy Y, but if you turn a Y upside down, you can sort of emulate it with a 4. And then you have the two N's, but those are upside down. And then the U is that. And then the B would be... no. Q? Yes. So that would be upside down bunny. Why is that the sort of thing that pops into my mind? I have no idea. It just does. Oh, let's take a drink of this delicious root beer. Ooh, that hits the spot, man. Let's go do the Mario. So I was thinking about bringing up some of my emulators and, oh, come on, maybe streaming some old console games and things. But the problem with that is Nintendo is very takedown crazy. They don't like people playing their old stuff, apparently. Definitely not on streams and videos. And to that I say, well then, that means that you're supporting it, aren't you? Of course not. They have their own prerogatives, whatever. But because of that, it limits what sorts of things I can stream that I have access to. I have every single cartridge-based game on every main system that's existed, and even some of the lesser-known systems. I will say Virtual Boy is terrible on PC. I had all of the handhelds. I don't think that is available to me anymore. I have all of the PlayStation 1 and 2 games. Oh, this is what happens if you vote every day for 2 years. You get 500,000 of this experience here, the server experience. 5,000 more gems and some boxes, some mystery boxes and stuff. I have given up on regular voting because I always manage to get pretty far and then it just, I get sick or whatever and I skip a day. And I have to start all over from scratch. and it's very disheartening. So in order to just mitigate that, I just don't regularly do the Performium votes. I will probably be here, Hoff. That alert that I just got. Are you kidding me? My stream is disconnected, it says. Did my stream disconnect? I can't tell. It says I'm still live on that. It says YouTube is not receiving enough videos to maintain smooth streaming. You don't hear any audio. Let's see here. Okay, YouTube still has it. I guess Twitch will re-engage. I don't know how to pin an announcement. Hopefully it will re-engage. And you say you can still hear me and the stream is still going on YouTube. It's just acting funny on Twitch. Yes, thank you for pinning that, Cuddles. I appreciate that. I thought I was past this. And what's really frustrating is it says 0 dropped frames. So that seems like a connection issue, but if it was a connection issue, I would have been immediately kicked from the Minecraft servers. So I don't get it. Sound is back. I wonder what happened. I am sorry for technical difficulties over which I have no control. I'm thinking I'm just going to have to contact the ISP and say, hey, you need to replace your router. It keeps dropping me and I'm having connectivity issues, and that's not good for streaming. I'm just glad I made the changes so that it doesn't auto end the stream when there's low frames on YouTube. Oops. Oh, you caught the tail end of YouTube, that YouTube comment. Yeah, I made it so that YouTube doesn't automatically end the stream when it stops getting a constant flow of frames. Because that's why it was just dropping and going green screen previously, is when it detected insufficient, what it considered insufficient frames, it would just say, oh, we'll just say that the stream's over and stop it. But they also would keep the stream open, and it was this green screen thing. So I made some changes, and at least it doesn't auto-terminate the stream anymore, because that was frustrating. But this disconnection, the outages that happened just the other day, the only thing I can think of is there is tremendous load unexpectedly on the network locally, or it's my router. And I did check when I was having the outages the other day, there were no reported outages anywhere. The wild Esper has escaped. Or Esper, or whatever. Esper. I bet that's a psychic cat. Watch, my luck, it's some sort of weird jellyfish or something. No. Yeah, I don't see anything at all over there that mentions any sort of outage. Yeah. I'm splitting my attention between my screens and trying to scan back through the log, and got nothing. 0.0 frames dropped. It just lost connection temporarily. I don't get it. Don't get it. So what is an Esper? How far off was I with my guess of psychic cat? The reason why I guess it is because, well, it ends in per, so that's the cat part. But the ESP beginning makes me think psychic. In fact, there are groups of people who say that people who exhibit psychic tendencies are called espers, E-S-P-E-R-S. According to my stream information, I have at least 4 viewers. There we go. There's a response. Psychic cat is directly on the money, practically standing on the money. Okay, cool. Due to the long duration of no responses, I was starting to get concerned that there was another disconnect. And I was about to scream into the void. Last time I did that, they said, there is no more room. Have I tried screaming into a pillow instead? Void is full. Please call back later. Okay. And also, by the way, hello, Naki. The Abyss asks that you stop staring into it so that it can get back to whatever it was doing. Well, you tell the Void that this is a performance review. And it needs to demonstrate that it can meet its quota of nothing. So I listen to audiobooks a lot. I don't tend to give myself a lot of time to actually read physical stuff. So I fill my ears with audiobooks, and most of the time I listen to Horror Babble, which is audiobooks of the horror genre, H.P. Lovecraft, Eldritch Horrors, Cosmic Terror, that sort of thing, weird beasts. And the main guy who reads on that channel, he says the word nothing as nothing, and the way he says it is not as in the same way that I just said it. He has his own little accent that he puts to it, and I find that it is well suited for horror. So much about the way he reads and speaks is just perfect for his job as a reader of horror. And I was just reminded of him by saying the word nothing. My brain said, oh yeah, there's that word again. Ah, love the view from up here. Oops. So today was a little bit of a topsy-turvy day, so I didn't get an early stream in. I was possibly going to get some Starbound, but I didn't even have an opportunity to launch it. So that's okay. But if anyone was looking forward to it, I do apologize. There was not a guarantee that it was going to happen. But I definitely would like to push ahead with some of the stuff for that character. Get the different tiers of gear so that I can start focusing on what I want to do with that character, which is build planet-sized constructs and things. I do have a plan that I've wanted to do something like this for a while. I've just never given myself the opportunity to do so. And what it is I want to get to the point where I can just traverse one of the moons without having to worry about anything. And I want to load up on storage, and then I want to mine out an entire moon all the way down to its core, foreground and background, just the whole thing, and see how many storage containers I can fit an entire moon in. I think that would be pretty neat. Oops. Did I pick it up? I don't think I picked it up. Oh well. Goodbye, pieces. The complete disassembly of a moon project is similar to something that I had tried to do on my channel in the past for Terraria, where I completely tore down an entire small world and just put it in storage. However, before I could finish that project and recording it and all that, that computer died. I'm sad to say. So I will probably be doing something like that again with Terraria. But right now I'm on an actual Starbound kick, because I want to get those Starbound achievements. I also want to get my missing Terraria achievements, but right now Starbound is foremost on my thoughts. A wild Lumineon has appeared in Twitch chat. Good luck, everyone. Imagine the games of tag with the moon ghosts. I found out with my stream on Tuesday. I think it was Tuesday. I found out for sure that when the moon ghost thing gets close, it gives you this sort of a particle effect that looks like it's absorbing pink stuff from your very being. And I always was afraid that every one of those little swirls was it absorbing one of your Urchius fuel. And so I always tried to stay away from it so that it wouldn't take all the fuel back. Turns out it's not the case. I actually let it get close, let it get those little swirl effects, and my count of fuel did not go down. So I don't have to worry about that ever again. One anxiety crossed off my list. Hooray! I do think that it would have been neat if they had put, like, some extra little discoverable points of interest on the moons. I mean, yeah, they have those little pots of pixels, and obviously they have the pink fuel, and then there's moonstone and moon dust, and I think moon dirt. But beyond that, it's kind of just there. I do intend on doing some stuff with at least one or two of the moons for my character that I have begun. But those projects will be revealed once I start them. What was that? Oops. Cuddles, you do what you do. You are perfectly fine. The Luminion escaped. Almost done with this layer. Ah! You spooked me. Good job. Congratulations on the spoopening. This next layer gets torches. Speaking of spoopy mobs. Alright. That's that layer complete. Nice. Nice, nice, nice. Oh, you know what I forgot to do? I forgot to change the raid message. I was going to make it say something custom. Oh, this is out of my building area. There we go. In the unlikely event that I get a raid, I was wanting to make it say something that was brand familiar. Hello, Astic Mishra. How are you? That's the end of that. Okay. How is my day going? My day is going pretty well, all things considered. some positive-ish news on the health front. I'm hanging out with you guys whilst I build one of my mega builds. And of course I got to pet my cats earlier, so lots of positivity. Oh, actually, oddly enough, because of the sleep schedule that I keep, this is basically my day. It is nighttime out there, yes, for sure, it is nighttime, but it is my day. I work through the night and go to bed at about 5 in the morning. That's my bedtime. So my days and nights are askew from what the sun tells me it is. Oops, empty hand. So, conversely, how is your day/night going, Aztec? It didn't make a sound when I placed it. That was weird. I actually do look like that emoji on my screen. Although, right now I'm wearing a navy blue shirt, not a black shirt. I'm also not presently wearing my top hat because it doesn't work well with my headphones. But when I do most things out in public, I wear a vest and a tie and a top hat, and yes, I have a voluminous beard. Oh, you're having coffee. Speaking of having coffee, after the good medical news that I got, I can continue to drink caffeine, so put my headset on my top hat. Anyway, I can continue to drink caffeine, so I'm gonna have some more of this nice, energetic root beer. Delicious. I will try not to belch in your ears. Because that was a fizzy drink that I just took. Harumph. Okay. No. It's good news. It's good news. I had the medical good news that I actually get to drink caffeine. Now, my drink, my go-to for caffeine is tea. I am a bit of a tea fanatic. I have no fewer than 80 different varieties of tea in my house right now. My favorite kind of tea is Lapsang Souchong. That smoky flavor is just, oh, I love it so much. But for a while I was concerned that I had reason to avoid drinking caffeine. And I got the news today that there's no reason to be worried about that specifically. So I have been holding this caffeinated drink in reserve for a couple of months, and I finally get to consume it, and so I have been enjoying it today. I have probably tried every kind of tea and in every format that has ever existed because, like I said, I absolutely love tea. I've had tea ice cream. I've had soda flavor or tea flavored soda flavored tea. Wow. I have had every kind of flavor you can think of, every uh, main brand. I have had tea from probably every country, definitely from every continent. I love me some good chai. I I just love tea. I love it. I am half Japanese. uh who knows? Oops. Tea for me is one of those things that is a comfort food. But also there are so many different flavors that I can I can pair different teas with different meals the way uh, sommeliers will pair wines with dinners. Um, I I have a lot of different styles of tea that are good for all kinds of occasions. Some are good hot, some are cold, some are just additive tea. Love tea. Like if the apocalypse happens and I can't make or find my own tea, I'm gonna be so sad. I won't be sad that the apocalypse happened. I'll be sad that I don't have tea. That and probably cheese. Speaking of drinking things, Mr. Invisible. One of the teas that I found to be surprisingly good. Okay, what's going on? Is the server about to tank? Ha ha! I lost connection. But not stream. But one of the teas that I found that I just adore, especially in summer, is hibiscus and rose hips. Refresh. Look at that. It doesn't want to come up. Refresh. Hooray! It wasn't just me. It wasn't my internet this time. Huzzah! Oh, there we go. 0. Well, I'm not going to rejoin until I see that first number, say 150, because the initial load of people rejoining can sometimes cause it to re-crash again. Refresh. But yeah, hibiscus and rose hips. It was such a refreshing tea. It was good hot and cold. And I found it, oddly enough, I was doing garage sales at the time, and someone just had a box of unopened assorted teas, and it was this this, I guess, like a sampler box or something like that. And I found it, and I just started just going through it, tea after tea after tea, and I got to the one that was hibiscus and rose hips, and I said, I'm gonna drink flowers. Okay, we'll see what this is like. Let me tell you, those two go so well with each other that I was turned on to some of the lesser caffeinated teas, because there for a while I would only drink tea with caffeine. But then some of the other herbal teas started going into my ensembles, because there are just some stupendous flavors out there. All right, refresh. It's 100 people going up. As long as it doesn't tank again by about 150. Still going up. Actually, I could probably go 130, because only about 280 people were on in the first place. And it is a Thursday. It's still not going back up to 130 yet, and it just went back down 3 people. Yeah, that's why I got the news that I can consume caffeine, because I have been missing it. I completely cut it out of my diet for about a couple of months in preparation for potential bad news, and no, there's no reason why I should need to. It's pinging again. Refresh. Okay, there we go. 105. It's staying stable at 105. I'm going to give it a try. It let me in real fast, so that's a good sign. And I'm back here real quick. Okay. P time at noon. P weather clear. Yep. Looks good. Yeah, that says 0 people. That is such a rare server crash. Usually when it has a crash, it's a rolling crash, and only some of their servers go down. So like, for instance, some of the SMPs will go down, but maybe the mini games will stay up, or vice versa. But that was a total network crash. That is so rare. I've only seen that happen once or twice before. 0 people on. Wow. Okay. Let's keep on building. Because I still have many more Shulkers worth of these blocks to put up. I'm trying to put in 20 Shulkers a week, so that's, because I'm streaming this 2 days a week, that's 10 Shulkers per day. It's about 4.5 hours-ish, depending, per session. And my objective is to get this whole Menger Cube done by June 30th. No, the company that they go through for their servers sometimes just have outages. As a matter of fact, they are paying for the ability to have up to 3,000, or I'm sorry, up to 4,000 people on at once across their whole network. And they're lucky if they get 1/10 of that. So the load isn't what the issue was. It's usually something to do with maintenance being performed, which it has to be performed at some point, and servers are live all the time. So it's not like they can just say, "All right, everyone, stop playing Minecraft for half an hour while we do maintenance." They just, they have crashes. It happens. What on earth? Hello. Come on, come over here. Come on. You can do it. Come here. Oh, you're gonna be like that, huh? Here. Come over here. Come get me. Bye. Bye, spider. Yeah, I have been working on this project consistently since June 30th, and I wanted to see if I can get it finished before this next June 30th. Do a tier 5 Menger Sponge in a year. Now, if I was building this constantly, every single day, all the time, and it was just only this, then potentially I could have had it done in a few months. But I have lots of other things that I like to do, like, eat and sleep and play other games. So I didn't want this to be a channel of nothing but Menger Sponge building. So in order not to get burned out, I decided to mix things up. A tier 5 Menger Sponge contains 3.2 million blocks, exactly. And it is, if you take very few breaks and you're constantly placing blocks, you could reasonably expect to get the entire thing done in a little bit more than, I think, a month. That's if you had no sleep and you were constantly placing blocks all the time, no matter what. Which also means you don't spend any time crafting the blocks or getting the building materials. You just have them and you're placing them all the time. If you could do that, theoretically, you could do it in a month and then, die from exhaustion. But I don't want to die from exhaustion. I want to live from happiness. So I am doing this in little sections, a few layers at a time. about 35,000 blocks a week, thereabouts. And this is on a public SMP, by the way. These aren't blocks that I've summoned from creative or anything like that. These are all hand gathered, handcrafted, chiseled deep slate. And while I think chiseled deep slate does exist naturally spawned in the ancient cities, it's definitely not at this volume. Oops, oops, oops. But I do like to do massive projects. Oops. And I have several other series that are going to be streamed and videoed coming up. I was going to get started on one yesterday, but I had some technical difficulties. There's a Minecraft challenge called Refugee to Regent, where you slowly, over time, build an empire. One city at a time, slowly expanding until you have managed to do everything in the game, and your empire has populations in the thousands. I won't be doing it by adding villagers or anything like that. They're all pretend population, but I will have to build their houses and everything else. And the challenge is going to take a good long time, but I have always enjoyed doing this challenge, and I want to actually have a complete version of it on my channel for once. I have completed it in the past without having recorded it, and I've recorded it without completing it. So I want to merge the two together and have recorded and completed the challenge. But that's just one thing on just Minecraft. I also have a huge series that I'm planning on for Skyrim. I have another one that I call the sequence that's going to encompass multiple games. I am building entire video games in Minecraft. And I also have just recently begun doing some Starbound, where I'm going to do equally massive projects. I do extraordinarily large things, because the way I look at it is, whether or not something like it has been done, if it's something I enjoy doing and it's something that I can actually reliably and predictably work on, then that means that I always have something to do and something to look forward to doing. And the different games and the different projects attract different viewers. But largely my channel is mostly gaming, some math, nerdy stuff. I like language. I like science. I like tea. But mostly I just like hanging out with you guys while I work on my projects. Because I would be doing this anyway, even if I wasn't streaming it. And this gives me an opportunity to have conversations with you guys. Shift Tree has escaped. Huh? I still find it funny that shortly after Groundhog's Day, that is when we got our first and probably only real snow for the season. Ooh. Let me readjust to my chair. Don't I get bored? No, actually, interestingly enough, doing this to me is very exciting. I know, I'm a bit of a dork. This is watching mathematics manifest itself in physical form. And I love huge projects because it gives me an opportunity to make large patterns of things. Another project that I have on this same server, keep in mind this is a public server. Let's see here, home upper. If you're familiar with World of Warcraft and you are a fan of the Horde, you might recognize the outline of the city Lordaeron, which is the ruined city above Undercity. Ah, my alarm went off. Don't need to worry about that today. So I am building all of Undercity down there and Lordaeron up here as an actual full-scale construction. Once again, this is on a public server. So yeah, I do massive projects. This whole area that this takes up is 203,000 blocks. And this is still underway, obviously, but you can see the outline of it up there. The skeleton frame, that's my measuring device up there. Let's see here. Also, if I go home under, is it, let's see here. I face this way and then it's over here, I think. I'm also building a giant liminal space. There it is. This is going to be hard to see, so let me go PV30, is it? Yeah, PV30. Give myself some night vision. I'm planning on doing this for the entire world. It's going to be just these geometric columns that are suspended. And this project is also going to be absolutely massive. And the idea is, over time, the more I get done with it, over time, people are going to just stumble upon this and go, when did I step into the back rooms? Because as you can see, this is just going and going and going. And you can see where I left off with the mining of that area. But yeah, this is just another one of my rather huge projects. Lots and lots of mining. How did that night vision already wear off? Did you see that? That was not 8 minutes just now. There's no way that was 8 minutes. What happened? Oh well. Home cube up here. Ba, 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 ba. Am I on this bit here? I am. This part right here is where I left off. Something is glitched. Uh-oh. It is important not to compare yourself to other people. It is most important to compare yourself to your own self. And sometimes all that really matters is trying to do better than you have done before, or learn more than you have known before. When we compare ourselves to other people, we are comparing the wrong stats. I am not an athlete. I have bad joints, and I am not an Olympic sprinter. And if I were to compare myself to other people's ability in sprinting, I would be unhappy. If other people were to compare themselves to my nerdy knowledge of so many different subjects of things, they would feel like they don't know lots of stuff, when in fact everyone is a genius in their own way about the things that they are good at. So do not feel bad about not being able to do massive builds and projects and things like that. This is the result of just the wiring of my brain giving me the opportunity to do it, and me saying, I'm just going to take that opportunity and actually do it. This is something I wanted to do, so I'm just doing it. Oh, you're not good at anything, Cuddles. Yeah, you are. You have a fantastic memory for lots of things. You're good at attention to detail. You are a very kind person. And that kindness is a superpower. I don't care what anyone says. Especially in this world, kindness is a superpower. Oh, splashing on the ceiling. Oh, that's right. I didn't splash it on my head. I splashed it on the ceiling. Oh, you're right. You're absolutely right. I usually splash it on my head, but I was right next to the ceiling when I threw it, so you're absolutely right. Splashing it on the floor is a different amount of time than splashing it on the wall, than it is splashing on the ceiling, than it is splashing on your head. You're absolutely right about that. Thank you for helping me remember that. See, I know lots of things, and I don't even keep them all in my head. There are so many different things that people do in this world that, to me, I just marvel at. There are people who can make beautiful pieces of art that there's no way I could replicate it. Even if I was mediocre at art, there's no way I could do it. I am capable of making music. Am I capable of making masterpieces? Probably not at the level as other people. Am I capable of writing books? Yes, I have published a couple of books. Is it at the level of Stephen King? Not even close. All you have to do is compare yourself to yourself. And anyone who wants you to compare yourself to someone else is actually admitting that they themselves are not the person that they wish they would be. They are unhappy with themselves. And that is an uncomfortable truth that most people don't want to admit. Can I do the villager sound again? Oh, you're out of Pokeballs, Cuddles. Oh, and Aztec, if you're wondering why I keep mentioning Pokemon and stuff, I'm multi-streaming on Twitch and YouTube, and I have in the Twitch chat, it's something called Pokemon Community Game, and they're catching random Pokemon that show up in chat. Which, by the way, it would be a tremendous help if you would subscribe on YouTube and follow on Twitch if you can. I am just getting started on Twitch and would love to get to the point where I can start incorporating bits. But I need 50 followers for that, and I need 27 more to get there. But yeah, when it comes to the villager noises, I have spent a lot of my life emulating other character sounds for things. I can do all kinds of different cartoon characters, and I am able to emulate fairly well some of the vocalists that are the singers for bands that I enjoy, to the point where about 20 years ago, I was, about 20 years ago, I was asked to become the lead singer of a cover band, and that lasted all of a few months before they dissolved, but it was good fun when it happened. But I have practiced doing lots and lots of voices. One of my favorite ones is Marvin the Martian, which I guess is similar to Villager. Also, it's similar to Kermit the Frog here. Bullwinkle Moose. Let's see here. I used to be able to do Popeye. I've been out of practice. I used to be able to do Mickey Mouse and Goofy, having a conversation. I've been out of practice with a lot of them, but yeah, I like to emulate things. I have tried to do Peter Griffin, and the problem with that is I can't do his accent. I can sort of do his voice, but then when I try to do his accent, it all falls apart, and it is difficult for me to hear myself failing at it. But I mean, I can do his laugh. His laugh doesn't really include much of his accent. I got stuck on... Oh, no. That's the end of that corner. Okay. Uh, I have spent a lot more time than even I probably realize trying to pick up on and copy interesting voices, mostly cartoon characters. Um, the voice actor for Peter Griffin and Brian and Stewie and all that, he has a similar range that I do, and so it is possible to do quite a number of different types of sounds, but he has actually mastered some of the nuances that I haven't, which is to say I'm not all that great at the different localized dialects, especially stuff like Bronx and uh, Southern accents and things like that. I can do the voices, just not the accents. It being able to talk like your family members is great, especially if it's in the middle of the night, like 2:30 in the morning, and like someone's out of town or whatever, and then you just ghost your way through the house using their voice, making everyone else think, wait a minute, what's going on? Good harmless pranks. Those are the good kind of pranks. I appreciate the comment. Thank you. You are also nice. Oh, that was a misplaced block. So today is Thursday, which for most people it does not mean the end of the week, but because my wife does the 4-day work week, it is the weekend approaching for me. But I'm still probably going to at least play catch up and do some kind of stream at some point tomorrow. Might be during my normal 7:30 to midnight time. Might be earlier, we'll see. But I feel bad about the technical difficulties that have been happening recently, so I kind of feel obligated to catch up on lost stream time. I know that some of that is out of my control, but I still feel bad about it. So I'm probably going to be streaming tomorrow. The weekend is always going to be hit or miss for me. I will be trying on Saturday to be up and doing the gym mini games and try to catch a raid from RGA when he is done doing that. We'll see how that goes. I can never really predict how my weekend is going to turn out, but tentatively that is in the works. But either way, I do plan on doing the odd Discord stream either way. I have a bunch of productivity that I need to get through. So this weekend I'm going to try to do some catch up. The Shellgun escaped. See, I see Shellgun, and I have no idea what kind of creature that is, but it makes me think of the name Sheldon, like from Big Bang Theory. I did not see that you started the other corner, Cuddles. I will come look at that in just a moment. Let me get to the front of this section here. On this project, I have the help of little Cuddles. Very few people have earned the security of me allowing them to participate in and work on my large build projects. And Cuddles is... Oh, server's restarting. Cuddles is definitely a wonderful person. And there she is. There's Cuddles. Hello, Cuddles. Server's restarting. Yeah, I can think of... I can think of an interesting thing, depending on who you can emulate in your family's voices. You can potentially, when someone's about to leave the house, you can take on the voice of someone else that's in the house and say, hey, while you're out, could you get blah, blah, blah? That would be just great in my book. All right. Hey, look! This is the second time in half a year that I've actually gotten server experience. Look at that. I don't know what the difference is. No clue. But I got server experience. Okay, let's go open some mystery boxes. Oops. Ow. Oh yeah, well. Hey, it's Jam Jar's test and Jam Jars. That's actually kind of funny. Alright, I bet the server's back up again. What's my ID on Twitch? It is also Thorn of Night. P time at noon. P weather clear. I am Thorn of Night wherever I can be. Let's see here. Can I paste that link? There it is. This is where I left off. Good. Sometimes the chats are persnickety about what can be pasted and where. A wild Gothita has appeared in Twitch chat. That sounds like something I would collect. Uh-oh. Emma, you don't have a Pokeball. A pre-evolved Gothitelle. Hello, Astic! Greetings, fellow space traveler. Doop 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 doo. So this is the full line out to here. Okay, cool. Good catch, Emma. There's I don't think it's audible to you guys, but there's a plane going by right now. A plane or a helicopter that is so low and loud that it is massaging my feet through the floor. Yeah, it didn't look like it was showing up on the mic, but wow. It felt like one of those delivery choppers. Ah, yes. Emma and Cuddles are both mods in my chat, but they are also just, you know, nice people. We all tend to be very amicable people around here. Welcoming to anyone and everyone. There's a spider. Oh, come on. There we go. Keep placing. What happens is I sometimes scoot away faster than I can place the next block. And sometimes I overplace. But I have to go back and reconnect. Doop, doop, doop. Okay. You are going to bother me when I get over there, so have an arrow. I need more blocks. Boop, boop. So I have done about 4.5. There was a little bit less than half left from my, from my previous batch. But at the rate that I'm going, it looks like I'll be able to do at least 11 or 12 today anyway, so that will be just fine. Yes, I think you can. I don't know how the emotes work. I don't know if you can send all the ones that Emma has. That wiggling mouse thing might be custom from another Twitch subscription or something, but there are lots of emotes that you can do in Twitch chat just right out the chute. I just don't know how to do them. I know how to look at them, just not do them. Oh. So that one is Gamer Zone. And there are lots of emotes. Some of them are animated as well. I don't spend much of my time doing the chat things because I spend all of my time when I'm on Twitch actually doing the streaming. So unfortunately, I'm unfamiliar with that end of things. Oops. I love the sunglasses cat. And that head bob thing, one of the chatters did that earlier today, and it was just like perfectly in pace with the song that was playing. And I was just sitting here while I was building. I was jamming out to the emote. It was actually kind of fun. I know I don't have a camera on me, but doesn't stop me from, you know, enjoying things. Oh, well, bye pieces. I'm not going to chase after you all the way down there. I will chase after these. My screen froze? Uh-oh. That's no good. There was a an outage not too long ago, so I'm concerned about my connection. I don't have any notifications saying there were any more disconnects, though. I think that was just a single event. But I have found that it will reestablish. If it does freeze, it should just reestablish on its own. Oh. Okay. How is my tea going? Let me tell you, tonight I am brewing up a pot of hot water, and I'm probably going to have 4 or 5 different flavors of tea in celebration of being able to drink tea again, because I have missed my tea so much. Oh, this is where I turn 90 degrees. That also reminds me, drink some more caffeine here. Ah, so good. I normally don't drink mini sodas, but I got this as a celebratory drink, and I've been waiting and waiting and waiting for the news, and oh, it is so worth the wait. But that also means I need to reorder some Lapsang Souchong because I ran out not too long ago, and I don't have anywhere that I've been able to find it locally, so I have to order it online. So that's going to be on my list. I didn't want to get any new tea until I knew whether or not it was safe for me to drink it again. And now that it's now that I've gotten the green light for it, it's tea time. One of the teas that I really enjoyed, not just the flavor but also the texture, is matcha. It's sort of a frothy, I wouldn't say soupy, but it's like, it's almost like a broth kind of tea. And it's made by whisking this stuff with these special whisks that aerate the drink, and it makes the flavor more pronounced. It makes the odor much more soothing. It's less sharp of a smell. And when you drink warm matcha, oh, it goes down like the smoothest. Well, I was going to say ice cream, but that's cold. Imagine a warm version of ice cream. It goes down like the smoothest warm drink I've ever had. It's buttery, except without butter flavor. But you have to work to get it to the right consistency. And so matcha is one of those things that either it's done right or you don't really know what it's like. When I first was trying to make matcha, it tasted alright, but it definitely wasn't the right consistency. It took me a long time to figure out how to make it correctly, and once I did, oh, the experience was just that much better. Where am I from? I am from smack dab in the middle of the United States, in a state called Missouri. Most people are familiar with cities on the East Coast and the West Coast, but even though I live next to a major metropolitan area called St. Louis, even a lot of people in the US go, "Where's St. Louis?" Because we live in the area that some people call flyover country, because a lot of people really only care about one coast or the other. And anything in between the coasts is just, you know, an inconvenience having to wait for the plane to land. But I live right in the middle of the US, which is why I have a generally neutral dialect. And little accent. I'm sure I have some sort of accent that I've picked up on some words here and there, but largely I don't pursue accent stuff. A wild grubbin has appeared in Twitch chat. If my stream keeps freezing, what you might do is lower the frame rate or the what's it called in the settings on Twitch? Is it frame rate, bit rate, or whatever? It might be the resolution might be too high for coming through to your end. I don't know. It might be the device that you're on. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, those sorts of things are very difficult to troubleshoot without being in person. So all I can do is just give general advice. It's at 480p and it's still freezing. Uh-oh. Quality. It's called quality. Okay. Grubbin has been caught by little Cuddles. Congratulations on the Pokemon, Cuddles. Well, there go the blocks. When this monument was much shorter than it is now, and I would drop blocks into the big holes, I would often go chasing after them. But now that I'm way up this high, the amount of time it would take me to just go chase after 2 blocks is so out of proportion to the amount of blocks that I could just, you know, make fresh, that I just let them fall. Have I tried moringa tea? I have tried moringa tea. In fact, hold on. Let's see here. What is... It is... The type that I have is called Tulsi Moringa. Brand is named Organic India. I also have another moringa tea. What brand is that? Let's see if I can... I recognize it. It's called Miracle Tree. Now, the thing about moringa tea is that's the sort of thing that I drink when I'm not feeling well, because I love caffeine. And moringa tea is a caffeine-free tea. And there's nothing wrong with caffeine-free teas, but if I'm going after just my normal activities, I will tend toward having caffeine in my drinks. And so, while I have a bunch of caffeine-free teas, I don't lean on them as heavy as I do the caffeinated teas. There are. I have a list somewhere of plants that are sacred to different countries and religions and stuff. Uh, and you would not believe how many different local traditions there are for different kinds of plants. Like you might live in some part of the world where a certain grass or something is just normal. Everyone has it in their yard and it's nothing big or anything like that. And then you go somewhere else and that same plant is the sacred plant. And I think that is just the neatest thing because it exhibits how many different kinds of groups of people there are. But yeah, Tulsi is a lovely little plant. Uh, let's see here. What is the plant in the Tulsi family? There are lots of different basil kind of plants, but it is the Lamiaceae family. Plant list. Now, the Tulsi family of plants actually, it really does lend itself well towards being some of those sacred plants because there are so many different kinds of plants in that family. Uh, you might be familiar with the fact that mustard and cabbage and Brussels sprouts and kale and all those and cauliflower and broccoli, they're all the same species technically of plant. They just have different attributes. Well, not quite at the same level, but the family that Tulsi is part of includes lavender, salvia, mint, basil, marjoram, lavender. Or I said lavender, didn't I? Oregano. There's thymes and rosemaries, sages, and because of how well each of those plants can establish in their environment, most cultures look to them as the lucky plants or the sacred or the holy plants. It's a really neat phenomena. Native Americans, sage is a real big thing, and it's the same sort of aspect as a lot of the other cultures with their sacred plants. It's a neat phenomena. I love anthropology and studying how and why people do the things that they do. And plants are this sort of universal thing. Most people can look at a beautiful tree and agree that it's beautiful. And it is a place where nature is largely a place where there can be some common agreement on things that are important, useful, and beautiful. And so I love plants. If I had the patience and the time and the space, I would have a massive property full of all kinds of neat little plants. Maybe even some that were functional that I might turn into teas and drinks and things of my very own. But most of the things that I go for are plants that I only had to plant once, and they will just keep growing back, but they won't take over my whole yard. With the exception of one thing. Most of my yard, on purpose, most of my yard is covered in violets. So that at the beginning of spring, I have purple flowers everywhere. Because violets are lovely. Oh yeah, lemon balm. Yep, yeah, huh? Doop 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 doo. Ooh, still ways to go with the torching. Oops. Now the good thing is I don't need to double torch any of these. I only have to put in the first rotation because there's no airspace that's going above these sections. It'll just be another one of this on top. Roses are nice. Roses and carnations are two of the flowers that you can actually custom make the color just by changing the acidity of the soil and the types of fluids that it takes in. So you could start with just a regular, any kind of rose and give it specific kinds of soil parameters, and it can turn into a white rose, or a blue rose, or a black rose, or a yellow, any color you can think of, as long as you know the criteria and have access to the chemicals and stick to it, you can make any rose look any color. And so as a result of that, you can have these sorts of hybrids where you have a variety of long thorn short leaf rose that is a completely different color than what the plant is, quote, supposed to be. And you can market them off. Now, unfortunately, if you make a whole bunch of, say, black roses using this method, it doesn't mean that it's going to make black rose seeds. It's going to be the same seeds that it was before. Also, with carnations specifically, not just the pH of the environment, but you can also add dyes to the water that you use, and that will change the color of the flower itself. And there are people who have mastered the art of making rainbow flowers, and those look pretty wild. A wild Corsola has appeared in Twitch chat. Yeah, if your white rose is becoming yellow, then that means its pH is off. Depending on what white rose you have, let's see here. Flowers undergo color change from yellow to white, yada yada yada. Well, no, that's... No, that's not the science. I don't want the meaning of that. I want what pH. Hold on. Rose color by pH. High alkaline results in blue, more acidic, pink or red. So, see, I'm not familiar with the white roses, what their pH is supposed to be. Starting with no. Okay. pH says too high or too low interferes with or prevents chemical reactions. Is this going to give me a list? No, it's not. But my guess is your water is too alkaline. If you're watering it with normal tap water and not adding anything to the watering, then your water is basically a pH of 7, perfectly neutral. And roses prefer to be a little on the acid side, so it needs to be anywhere from 5.8 to 6.2. And so if even at the 6.2, if you're giving it just normal tap water, then that means it is 0.8 on the pH scale more alkaline than what the rose wants. And if it goes too alkaline, it starts to darken. And depending on how it darkens, it might go from yellow to red or yellow to blue, or maybe a dark color on either of those spectrums, or maybe a dark violet, depending on the species of rose. But yeah, it's too alkaline of water. It means you're using tap water ultimately. But I was trying to figure out what exactly the pH was. But I think that depends on the breed of the rose, apparently, according to my Google search. So I don't have the exact answer. I did give you a clue though. It means that you're using tap water. And that's fine. It doesn't care. It's just pretty either way. A rose by any other color would smell just as sweet, to paraphrase a famous quote. I'm very lucky with the fact that I have been able to live in such a time and circumstance where I can have lots of different knowledge about lots of different things, and also have the ability to rapidly Google things that I don't know the exact answer to. The combination of the two is so satisfying because if you know how to Google and what to Google, you just have the infinite internet at your knowledge base. It is so nice. However, apparently I don't have the ability to identify exactly the pH for turning roses from white to yellow. But like I said, it's my guess that it's because of tap water. Too alkaline. Roses like acid. Not a whole lot. We had a rose bush that was supposed to be this bright cherry red. And it started off bright cherry red, but we only watered it with the garden hose. Regular tap water, nothing fancy. And we didn't put anything in our soil, nothing, no special fertilizer or anything like that. And what happened was oh, I need to replenish. The rose turned into this really, really like deep burgundy color. And I loved it. My mom was upset because she wanted the cherry red rose, but I loved it. It was a great color for me. I loved that flower. And so we just had this rose bush that was a disappointment for her, but a joyous thing for me. It wasn't until I was in college, I think, that I discovered why the roses were changing colors, and it's because of the pH of the water. But when I was a kid, I was just so happy. I thought, it just likes me. I love acquiring knowledge. It is my hope that everyone finds joy in learning new things. Because there is so much to know and so much to enjoy about your environment. Like most people in my area have no clue that all they have to dig down is about 3 or 4 feet, and they will find a layer of sedimentary bedrock that is chock full of oceanic fossils. Where I live, a long time ago, used to be the bottom of the ocean. And in my yard, I have dug up just buckets full of fossils. I used to like dig them up and sell them to people at school for 10 cents a piece. But most people don't even know or care that right under their feet is all this natural history. They just go mowing the yard, humdrum, do the barbecue, la-di-da, go to work. Most people don't know or don't care. But it takes just a little bit of knowledge to increase the amount of awe that you have for the world around you. And, oops, that was lag. And I I love it when people are interested in learning anything whatsoever, because learning stuff, no matter what it is you're learning stuff really speaks to the character of a person. If a person it refuses to try to learn new things, I basically know all I really need to know about that person. Don't want to learn new stuff. That means they're a closed mind. I like open minds. So much sandstone. That's another thing, by the way, with Minecraft. When they added the fossils, I feel like they should have added higher chances of finding fossils in underneath deserts. Because sandstone is compressed ocean floor usually. And there's just all manner of fossils in the ocean floor. Everything just piles on top of it. Oh, they added they made it so that it's a higher chance in deserts and stuff. That's good. I know that they added fossils. I just don't know if they have them all over the place or what. I think I've only ever encountered one fossil ever. Uh, on the subject of the roses, by the way, if you would like to turn it back to white, if you want it to stay white, there you can probably just go to the lawn and garden section of any store near you that has a lawn and garden section and get a pH testing kit for your soil. And then usually the testing kits are right next to additives that you can add to your water to change the pH of the soil so that you can maintain what your plant wants. And because roses are such a popular plant, there is a lot of stuff available for adding the acidity because, like I said, roses love slightly acidic environments. It's actually why roses can still thrive even when pine trees are blanketing the ground with their acidic needles, because the pH that is resulting from all the pine trees and evergreens shedding their stuff and changing the pH, it makes the environment just acidic enough that roses go, yes, I'm home. But the only downside is roses also like to have a bit more light than pine trees allow. And so you kind of have to wait for a pine tree to die and then plant a rose there. And that rose will be the happiest rose in the world. A lot of plants don't like to have a higher acidity. And that's why when evergreens and conifers and stuff show up in an area, they start taking over because they change the soil acidity around them and they keep spreading, and every new tree changes its environment a little bit. And so over a long span of time, you can turn a hillside into just a hillside of pine trees when it used to be oak trees, just by letting them do their thing, because it chokes out the ability of other trees and plants to thrive. It makes its environment healthy only for it. Nature is neat. A wild bellsprout, speaking of plants, a wild bellsprout has appeared in Twitch chat. Well then, Emma, I'm going to need to do some research on the fossil stuff. Maybe there's a chance that on this very server people haven't found the fossils. Maybe there are some fossils that exist. That would be neat. Because most people only want the sand for making all the glass. And I'm very glad to have been able to help you with your rose quandary. Go enjoy your studying, and good luck with your rose. And check back again. I stream many times a week. And again, thank you for watching. It was a pleasure to talk roses with you, and tea and other stuff. On the subject, by the way, of sacred plants, there is this thing that a lot of people are unfamiliar with, that it was common for like witches brews to have like wing of bat and eye of newt and tongue of this and paw of that and whatever, fur of the bat or whatever. Turns out all those things are just nicknames for kinds of plants and flowers and stuff. So eye of newt is a plant. It is interesting because of the lack of knowledge of the common names for those plants. People would just think, oh, they're actually taking newts and gouging their eyes out and putting them in cauldrons and things. No, they're just adding herbs, making a potpourri. What's this witch's brew do? It makes my house smell nice. Next question. Interesting on the subject of sand being blown from place to place, engulfing an area. The Sahara Desert, which is a funny way of saying the desert, uh, the sand from that gets caught in the atmosphere and gets deposited in South America. The eastern side of South America, it is estimated, has almost as much of the Sahara sand as is left in the Sahara right now. What I think is the neatest part about that fact is that part of South America used to be touching the continent of Africa back when it was Pangea in roughly the same spot where the sand is coming from in the first place. It's like distant lovers who are sending each other postcards. Wish you were here. Oops, oops, oops. Double oops. Give me that block back. Nature is neat. And if you put the two continents together, it's almost like a dinosaur head. Yes! I've seen someone turn that into an animation and made the dino head talk blah 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 blah. It was talking about Pangea or something like that. It was fun. It was amusing. I know it doesn't look like I'm almost done, but I'm looking at this and realizing I've done more than twice this already down below my feet. So I feel like it's almost done. Not there yet, but almost. Now I'm just working on the front 8 of these. The other ones will get addressed after I'm done with these top 3 tier 4s. I just want the front end done so that it has highest possible impact when people come from the road. And yes, I know that you can only see 4 chunks in any direction, but it's something I need to do the front first. It's an imperative for me. I have just realized that one of the reasons why I have missed drinking tea so much is because for me it is necessity. Ha 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 ha. Oh, I'm already done with that shulker. PV2. So that's 6.5 shulkers done so far. Moving right along. Oh, cat earth. Yes. I think it's, what is it? If you put all the continents together, it looks like a big cat playing with Australia or something like that. In fact, let me see if I can find that. Do. Yeah, there it is. Ba, ba, ba. Copy that. Ooh, noises. And go paste. And minimize this. Come over here and turn on Earthen View. The world is just a cat playing with Australia. This is the same sort of mentality that formed the constellations. Ah, do you see those stars over there? It's a bear. I don't see a bear. I see stars. It looks like a ladle. Our brains like to see patterns and stuff. In fact, our brains are wired so much to see recognizable patterns that if we are confronted with nothingness at all, our brains start making stuff up. We hallucinate when we don't get enough input. It is an involuntary response. All right. In fact, why don't I put that in pick and video spam? The world is just a cat playing with Australia. Yeah, a long time ago, someone effectively made the statement, wouldn't, if you look at South America and Africa, it looks like they fit together. Wouldn't it be neat if they were connected? And then, after the realization of plate tectonics and all that kind of stuff, it was discovered that, in fact, that's exactly right. They were connected. It's not just a coincidence that they look like they can fit into each other like a pair of gloves. It is actual the original configuration. Well, a more recent original configuration. There have been no fewer than, I think, 5 Pangea, Lemuria, Gondwana, I think, is another one. there's another one, and I never remember the name. Oh, a wild Amora has appeared in Twitch chat. Okay, I was gonna say ignoring the ocean. Yes, ignoring the ocean. Yeah, the ocean. Those mountain ranges just stifle anything that's land only. You put Hawaii from its bottom all the way to the top next to Mount Everest, and Hawaii wins by a landslide. A landslide, he says. All right, let's drink some more drink. Delicious. Yeah, I think tonight I'm going to just brew up a whole pitcher of tea, just cold tea to have for the weekend, so that I can have some cold tea and some hot tea. Just fill my weekend with tea. I think, on the subject of the drifting continents, I think Gondwana was entirely north of the equator, such that a lot of it was at the North Pole, actual land at where we have the North Pole now. And at that time, if I'm remembering it right, it was all tropical because of how the orientation of the Earth and the weather and all that kind of stuff. So it was at the North Pole, but even though it was at the North Pole, it wasn't icy, it was all warm. There are almost no features left from any of the previous incarnations of the supercontinents. But from before Pangea, there is still one feature that is large enough to actually be seen from space, naked eye, when you're in orbit, that is still largely intact from the supercontinent before Pangea. And it exists in Australia. There's Australia again. And it is this giant mountain of effectively rust. I don't remember the name of it. It's a sacred place, I think, to the Aborigines. But it is intact. A giant lump of iron in the form of a mountain that has remained intact and in place because Australia it happens to be a pretty unyielding foundation. And so a lot of the stuff that is in the area of where Australia is right now is unchanged from even before Pangea. A lot of the geologic features are still intact because of the minimal effect of geologic changes that happen specifically in that area. And so there's this giant red mountain that has been intact largely for a very long time. Is that layer done? It is. That's the layer done. Let's go. Next layer. There's this YouTuber whose name escapes me right now that I watch. He does course material for I think a university in Washington, and he is so keenly knowledgeable about the geology and volcanism and stuff like that of the Pacific Northwest of the U.S. that he is the recommended way to learn this stuff. And I have for a very long time been interested in just geology as a whole, but more specifically because of some of the stories that I'm writing involve volcanoes and stuff like that. So I was introduced to this YouTube channel by virtue of researching something called a shield volcano. And I think that the guy's YouTube is Nick Zentner or something like that. But anyway, a shield volcano is... A lot of people are familiar with what a shield volcano is, even though they don't know that they're familiar with it. And the biggest visible example of a shield volcano is actually on Mars. It's Olympus Mons. And what a shield volcano ultimately is a single volcano just continues to spew out just oodles and oodles of magma, lava once it reaches the surface, and it just spreads and spreads and spreads. It doesn't have much of a chance to break down. It just piles up on itself and just reaches out, reaches out, reaches out, and it resembles a giant shield, which is why it has the name Shield Volcano. But it was recently, I say recently, relatively recently discovered that there is a shield volcano on Earth that is larger than anything that we were aware of. And that's because of just how big it is. And it includes the whole area around Japan and the surrounding ocean and all that. That whole area is just one giant shield volcano. And I believe Mount Fuji is a part of the series of volcanoes that were effectively the offspring of what created this giant shield area. And as far as single objects are on Earth, I think it is the single largest continuous object that is presently known in geology, apart from, you know, the core of the Earth, if memory serves. Nature is neat. Nature's scary, man. Scary big. It was believed for the longest time that the Earth was immutable and unchanging. And then we discovered things that made that impossible. And that is the best kind of science. We believe this is true. Oh, wait, nope, hold on. New information. Now we believe this is true. A wild mime junior. I think in one of the Pokemon episodes, someone married a Mr. Mime or something like that. I might be remembering that wrongly. Unfortunately, for me, Pokemon is something that I'm just aware of, but never really got to watch. Never spent the time to watch enough of it to know all the things. All three of you caught the Mime Junior. Congratulations! I think that's the first time I've seen a triple catch. Oh, that's right. I was going to change one of the tags for this. For the Menger Sponge stream. I was going to change one of the tags to be Pokemon Community Game. I want to put that in all of my tag lists when I'm streaming on Twitch. That way it's one of those searchable things. Need to remember to do that. That's one of the things about human nature that, and specifically regarding science, that I just think is really cool. We can know pretty fundamentally surely what conditions are in some places without ever setting foot or even equipment there. We can just extrapolate information from elsewhere and go, yes, this is almost certainly the case of what's going on there. We know the size, the composition, the temperature of planets that we will never, ever, ever go to, just based on spectrographic and mass interaction and other kinds of data. So that's on the space scale. On Earth, you can still do something like that by going, all right, well, there's certain temperatures and certain humidities that are coming from this area. So I believe that this is going to be a rainforest, or this is going to be a desert, or this over here must be ocean. And you can just infer weather and wind patterns and air composition and everything else. You can look at it, and if you know what you're looking for, you can make a pretty well-educated guess. And that's what they did for the American Southwest before any Europeans really set foot there to colonize or explore. They actually were pretty certain that it was a desert. Oops. Oops again. Ooh. Adjusted my shoulder there. That was nice. Haha, it didn't go all the way down. I'm definitely looking forward to the next layer, because that'll be the entire thing. You're looking forward to when it's done. So what are you going to do when it's done, Cuddles? Well, of course I want you to do your roller coaster. But that's a small project, he says. Okay. Oh yeah, there's still a lot of digging to be done. Would a starbound version of Refugee to Regent be possible? I have thought about that, and I am very strongly considering making an adaptation that could work. And that's actually part of the reason why I am doing Starbound right now with the character that I'm doing, Illinois Smith instead of Indiana Jones, because I want to see what the different materials are that I would need to use for the stages. And I would be, instead of having multiple colonies on one world, or having all of them on one world, they would be spanning first a couple colonies on one world, and then maybe some lunar colonies, and then it would be some other colonies inside the star system, and then further out to other more difficult stars. I have very strongly been thinking about that. And that's why I wanted to lean into Starbound instead of Terraria first, because Starbound does lend itself to having lots of different building options. And it means that you can build different types of cultural structures and things. The only thing that I think is going to be most difficult is food production. Early on, if you don't have ready access to tools, you are going to starve. So I'm thinking that it might have to be done in casual, and that's largely why I'm testing it out. But I am definitely thinking about having a concurrent galactic refugee to Regent. I have even tried to do a sort of Refugee to Regent challenge on 7 Days to Die, but the 7 Days to Die maps are, it feels weird saying this, they're too small. They're too small to effectively make enough towns, and you would have to subsume all of the existing towns just to even come close to anything resembling progress toward the proper challenge. And then there's the matter of dimensional rules and things like that. So, is it possible in Starbound? Absolutely. Is it possible in other games? Yes. Yesn't. But it has been something that I've been thinking about since I've been working on this Refugee to Region. I've been thinking, how would I apply this to other games? Can I make generalized rules that are compatible with other kinds of games? And that's actually part of the reason why I am spending as much focus on getting all the things just right and having it be numbers based and things like that, rather than having it be specifically Minecraft. Oops. I did it again. Raichu has escaped. So is Raichu an evolution of Pikachu, or are they completely separate beings? Ah. Via the Thunderstone. You know what stone you use to turn any Pokemon into roadkill? The Firestone. That's the name of a brand of tires. Oh, why blocks keep vanishing, by the way, is... See this dark blue line is here, going this way. This is a new vertical chunk. And because nothing else exists in this vertical chunk, it is having to get confirmation from the server that things are actually being put there. It's not used to writing in that chunk. So oddly enough, this is, quote, normal behavior for Minecraft. because of how they had to redo the chunks because of the new world heights and all that. And this even happens on single player. It's not just because it's server desync or anything like that. This is just what Minecraft do. All right. Oh. I did not prepare a backup drink. I will be right back. I have a thirsty. Ah, beverage. Okay. that that is just what Minecraft dooby dooby do. Really? Let me out. There we go. I need to look something up. Let's see here. Yeah, that's what I was afraid of. Okay, so alert box. Let me test it over here. Test follow. It didn't go through. That would be why I haven't been getting announcements. Aztec followed me earlier and it didn't actually make the announcement, and that's why that wasn't happening down here when I clicked on test widgets. What is going on? Copy that. Let's go alert box, settings, advanced, browser settings. Yeah, all these are checked on. Click here. Test widgets. Follow. Well, that showed up. All right, so now that that's up, if I click on this, does it still work? Now it works. So what happens if I close this window? Sorry about this while doing things, I apologize. It's working now. I didn't even change anything. All I did was open the window for the properties, and now it says, oh yeah, I'm supposed to be doing alerts. Why would an update cause that? I am so upset. I'm so upset. I was followed by Aztec and I never even got the alert. If you're watching this, Aztec, I'm so sorry. I am not ignoring your follow. I appreciate your follow. It is important to me. So let me just test. I'll test bits. It works. I'll test a subscription. I'll test a tip. I don't know what gives. That is very frustrating. All right. Anyway, there are many games, video series, and elsewise I care about that nearly nobody else does, or in some cases I am the only one I'm aware of that enjoys them. I hope to have enough time to go through and re-experience them. If there is an afterlife with that included, it would be neat. Oh yeah, if afterlife is my perception of heaven would be all of the video games I like with all of the mods that you can configure however you want. And then hell would be the same thing, except you're trying to run it on a pocket watch. Let's see here. Pokey help. Click on link. Load page. Pokey. It says this. And I will put quotes so it doesn't think I'm actually trying to do it. But then that's what Pokédex is. And then this is Pokécheck. I may not play it, but I do recognize those commands as being things that exist. So there you go. Is my command still on here? No. Oh, of course not, because it's restarted. Let me go grab my thing, because I knew that they would ask, because I mentioned it. And boop. There we go. Even worse, imagine you're sitting at that pocket watch and it keeps, without you doing anything, it keeps changing languages all the time. So you never know what's supposed to be going on. TPA here. Bzz. I bet they're going to ask about gems next. Copy. Look at that. Oh, on the subject of a lot of water. I think what I'm going to do for my my first, let's call it, episode of the Refugee to Regent is, once I get the world loaded and everything, I will just leave it be so that I can actually do the beginning stuff. But I need to get the world loaded and established so that I'm not chewing through the time waiting for that to happen, and to make sure all of the plugin or the mods, data packs, blah blah blah, are working right. Then I will be able to actually start the playthrough, and at that point I will be exploring for places that are potential non-memory leak locations for me to establish the capital and some of the other towns and stuff. So the, let's call it episode 0, is going to just be largely me looking for a place to establish and then maybe get started on the dirt stage a little bit. If I get really lucky with the locations and spawn and all that. But chances are it's going to put me in or near an ocean or a jungle. And if it's either one of those, I'm going to have to explore or random teleport to find a place that is not one of those. Because those, for whatever reason, cause the enormous amount of memory leak that just pile and pile and pile, and I can't get through much time at all without just running out of RAM. Even though I've got tons of RAM and tons allocated, it just leaks and leaks and leaks. A wild Shinx has appeared in Twitch chat. Three, four, five. Well, that's 9. That's 10, or at least 9.5. Wait, if I have this open. Do. I will come back over here to the dashboard and go alerts. And go raids. Layout. Alert animation. There we go. A colony of count space travelers have arrived from planet name. And then save settings. Let's test a raid. I like it. I wish I could make it have a little bit of a background so that it would sort of gray out. Because like my scrolling text at the top, it has just enough graying so that if there's anything going past underneath, it won't match the color. It's got an actual color overlay so that the white lettering always shows up. I wish there was something I could do with the alert boxes like that, though. But it doesn't appear that that's an option. Wait, background color? Hold on. Wait, that says background color. That. Let's go, I don't know, that. Done. Okay. Let's test that again. No, it doesn't do a background color. I don't know, man. But wait. But I saved that. Save settings. Test rates. Why doesn't it save? What's going on? That's not fair. Technology. All right, let's get back to work. Well, thanks for doing what you did, Cuddles. I appreciate it. Do get rest. Rest is good. Rest is important. And like I said, I'm probably going to be streaming tomorrow if I can. I want to try to. I just never know what the weekend holds. Well, thank you, Cuddles. Ouch. Okay, now this. KZYZO Kazizo says hi, stream. Where did you go? Oh, you just went and went and went. I presume they went down, but I don't see where. Sure, I'll take some more chisel deep slate. Oh, I put the wrong one in storage. Is there a way to see what Wi-Fi card you have with that opening PC? Yes. I believe I was talking to you in the past about the program called Specky, Speccy. If you get and run Specky, it will tell you every piece of hardware that is attached to your computer. Some of them all the way down to the manufacturer number. I found Specky to be indispensable when I was running the computer shop. That and the it wasn't a Vast, was it? It might have been a Vast. It was either a Vast or AVG live boot disk. Oh, that thing salvaged so many virus-addled computers. Speaking of taxes, the wife did her taxes, and turns out the company was not withholding. Okay, I will say this differently. They were withholding almost precisely, but not quite, the amount of money that was needed to cover the taxes. After all was said and done, the arrears was, I think, $14. So what we did is we made sure that an extra $5 is taken out each check, so that there is no need to have to pay or owe extra at the end of the year. Don't know why they weren't taking out enough, but hopefully we have fixed the issue. Come on. Oh. Good, I picked up all 4 of them. Awesome, awesome. What is that? That looks like a lizard head or a reptile head or something. Oops. A wild magmortar. Magmortar? Something. Has appeared in Twitch chat. Oh, mortar like a mortar shell. So magmortar. Okay, that is that layer done. Phew, next layer. And this is the full line layer. So even though I have enough light for this area, when I go to fill in all the rest of this, things will still be spawning on this layer up here in the dark spots. But that's just temporary because it will eventually transition into being covered by the next layer above it. Or the next segment, or whatever you want to call it. Okay. Outer ring done. Next. It just occurred to me it is 12:01. I think what I'll do is I'll just finish off what blocks that I have. And then that will be the end of today's stream. All right. No, come back. Got it. Okay, almost there. I'll start the next one. PB2. And there we go. A little bit more than the stack extra. Okay. So that was 12, 11 and a half shulkers worth of stuff put in today. I want to try to put in 10 per day that I'm doing it twice a week. So that is plenty past the minimum. I am happy with the progress. A lot of productivity today. Also, I discovered that the alerts weren't alerting, and I don't understand why. I need to figure out what's going on with that, but that's going to have to be a future me thing. So, let's come over here. Click on that, and over here to the alertant, yeah. Over here to the talking head. Busy day, busy week. Lots of stuff has happened. Lots of productivity. Lots of things going on. I am happy with the progress. But I'm going to let you go. So thank you ever so very much for hanging out and spending time. I appreciate the company as always. If you have any questions, comments, or suggestions, leave them in the comment section for the YouTube video, or you can also come over to my Discord and message me over there. I have a link down in the description, and it is, let's see here, it is imperative that you pick a role, otherwise you won't be able to do anything over there. But I'm distracted because I'm also setting things up for post stream, even though there's just a few of us here. Might as well send us over on a little raid. I didn't do it yesterday because I kind of left the computer in a hurry. All right. Anyway, let's see here. We have raid message. Greetings. Fellow space. Oh, that's not home row. Fellow space traveler. I have done Liminal Ninja recently. It's either going to be Aovino. Emma, why don't you pick A or L? Anyway, while you're suggesting, um, I will continue my little closing. As I was saying, thank you very much. If you like this video, give it a like. I appreciate it. And if you haven't already, do please subscribe and or follow. If you are not following on Twitch, please do so. I would greatly appreciate it. I would also appreciate a subscription on YouTube as well. If you would like to help support the channel in some way, beyond liking and subscribing and sharing and all that kind of stuff, please, by all means, take a look. Hello again, Aztec. Welcome back. Please, you have rejoined just in time for my farewell. But anyway, if you do want to help support the channel in any way beyond sharing and all that kind of stuff, I have links to my Patreon, my Streamlabs, I'm sorry, and my YouTube membership down in the description. And anything you put towards that will go toward me being able to have more stuff available for you guys. So it all raises the entire tide. So let's see here. I will repaste the raid message. Let's see here. Boop. And we are going to go raid. Looks like Aoivino. Aoivino. Okay. So that would be raid. Aoivino. So anyway, thank you very much for watching. This has been Thorn of Night playing Minecraft on the Performium Wild SMP on the Performium network at mc.performium.net. And building my Menger Sponge. And I will talk to you later.